Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to me sitting up and stuff. Hey.
So, when last we left off, we had finally figured out how to spend some of this money that we had obtained, and we are going to continue off from there. We've got a pretty solid setup. We are approaching the year 1500. Let's take a look at things. I, of course, have a perfect memory of everything that's happened so far, and definitely know what's going on. It's also funny because I did load the game up because I have to load the game up in advance of starting up stream because otherwise it breaks OBS. But I actually didn't look at anything, so I actually am only vaguely aware of what's going on over here. So let's get ourselves back in position. Okay, so we have made an army. We've not used it yet. We probably won't be using it anytime soon. How much money are we spending on this? $2? Jesus, we spend so much money on those fucking elephants. Why are we spending so much money on those elephants? Because I thought I needed them for something. Oh no, because I was just like, okay, well, I don't know what to do with my money. I guess I'll spend some. Excuse me. I'm gonna be coughing probably a lot today. If the coughing gets bad enough, I might actually have to end stream early. But I'm hoping that we don't end up in that situation. I don't mind coughing on stream, but I do mind if... What the fuck is happening over here? The boundaries of everything over here are crazy. What the hell is going on? Okay, so... Excuse me. Kyogoku? What? Wait, what the hell? Where'd Ashikaga go? Wait. What on earth happened over here? Does this game happen to... Okay, so Yuan has blown up. I have paid no attention to what's going on to the north of me or to the west of me this whole time, and this is a goddamn mess. And Korea has invaded Japan successfully. There's been a successful invasion of Japan. That's super interesting. So, imagine that. Now, what was I doing? Right. So, when last we left off, I had just discovered, again, because this is a thing that I already knew about but was not taking advantage of, that I can build a shit ton of trade offices. You'll see that I have a bunch of trade over in all of these different locations. It's actually making us a decent bit of money. These trade offices are going to pay for themselves probably fairly quickly. I would guess probably these trade offices are going to pay for themselves within 30 years. I could be wrong on that, but they're not that expensive, and I'm making a decent bit of cash from them. So these trade offices are potentially going to be worth quite a bit. We're going to just keep building those for now because what we're currently looking at in terms of institution... What the fuck is happening? Okay, wait, so this is expanded. We now have all these institutions here already, actually. Wait a second. How are we doing on... Wait. Are we progressing those institutions right now? We are not. We do need to start taking manual control to start importing from Kojikode, potentially. Kojikode, probably, if I do the import from there, I'll be getting some stuff done. So let's take a look at my economy. We'll go up to trade. I didn't realize that we were going to be this... Temasek Market? I have this much trade? Jesus Christ. Alright, we're going to take 5 of our trade capacity and import from Kojikode if we can. Can we import from Kojikode? I don't actually know if we can or not. We might not be able to. Let's take a look at... We need to look at Temasek Market, trades. And then, nope, we need to look at goods. And then, what do you have that I could import? I can import from Kojikode. So that's good to know. Alright, let's take a look at your market. Let's just import elephants, maybe? Wait, which market am I looking at? This is Kojikode. So we're gonna try to import I think elephants. Because I do have... Wait, is the ivory symbol elephants? No. Alright, so... There's like no demand for elephants. So I would lose a shit ton of money there. Do I have anything in this market that I actually need? Sturdy grains. No, that would go the other way. Shit. Jewelry. I guess we can check livestock. I don't really want to do an import that I'm literally going to lose money off of. Is there anything in the Kojikode market that I could make money off of? Close. Lose money on that. My assumption is this is going to lose me money as well. Where's Kojikode? There it is. Minus 10. Okay, maybe not. Let's see. Wheat. So no. I don't want to, like, lose a shit ton of money on this trade. Is the thing. Like, I'm happy to be using this as like a neutral thing, but I'm actually not sure. We can make a profit off of this. Where is Kojikote on this list? I don't see it over here for some reason. There it is. So we set up a trade using 5 trade power to import from there. That will, in theory, allow us to get this stuff. Do we continue? Let's take a look at what our techs are. Once we've gotten this Renaissance era tech, a dock requires... An armory requires some stuff. A coastal fort is good to have. This is actually very good to have. For some of the places, not for all of the places. But that's a good thing to have. It's weirdly not going to matter that much for Temasek, but that's fine. Naval, colonial, and trade range. Dock is right here. It's actually pretty close. So, does that matter? No, it really doesn't matter because I'm only going to be building like 2 docks right now, so it doesn't even matter. We can continue to just mass spend our gold on the things that we're building right now. We're all fine. So I was in the middle of describing what was happening right now, and then I got distracted by the fact that it turns out that a bunch of shit was happening at the end there. So increasing control in Cicadao is reasonable. And we can put this person in charge, and we should. So we should wait on that money. So we have basically gotten vassalage and it through Borneo. We have done a little bit of colonization. We had a slight plague issue combined with colonization, which has depopulated much of Temasek, but the hope is that Temasek will repopulate over time and we'll be fine there. There's apparently some wars going on here that are in my thing that I'm not worried too much about, and we're building the shit out of trade offices. I think I'm going to build as many trade offices as humanly possible. So our goal for today is to spam trade offices in this whole region to just give us passive trade income. I'm not going to worry too much about the others. Wait, when did Malacca grow? Was I paying no attention last? What the hell happened? When did Malacca grow in size? It just ate its neighbor. Ligor and Malacca, just between the two of them, ate one of my neighbors. Okay, that's fine. Who are you at war with? Are you about to cease existing? What's happening? You are losing 2 wars. Lankasuka is your vassal. You aren't annexing them. You're getting the shit kicked out of you by somebody else. Oh no. Aru and Hanthawadi. Who the hell is Hanthawadi? Hanthawadi's up here. Interesting. So, I don't think that Pahang is going to be vassalable after this. I don't think that that's going to happen. I just don't think that's going to happen. They're going to be turned into a tributary or something as a result of this, but if somehow Malacca manages to expand to the point where, I mean, it's fine so far. Okay, do you have a? They're enemies with Ligor, which is adjacent to them. That's interesting. So this is a developing situation. But yeah, so this game we're not going to be doing as much colonization. This is a low colonization run for now. And yeah, okay. So things are fine. So our next goal is to get a person appointed here, and then we can continue just building buildings, and we'll just keep an eye on the situation. We should, I think, is Landak? Landak is a tributary right now, not a vassal. So we are going to want to keep an eye on this. This is -6. So we're not getting there with just some thinger, but let's see how things go. So let's also take a look. We're not making a lot off of this, but we are making something. So we can appoint someone here, and that will increase the maximum control for those provinces. We can try to get this going. Let's take a look at our institutions. And it says none, but it could be lying. There have been several times when it has said no institutions are progressing, and then all of a sudden I had just the full institution out of nowhere without going through the middle ground, but we'll see what happens. We are just going to keep pumping this, I guess. Oh, it's giving me it's refunding me my shit because I actually can't do this much. Is that what's happening? It's fine, it doesn't matter. Okay. So, next on our agenda is building more of the trade offices. And we don't want to put them in Malacca necessarily right this moment. So Malacca is at -66. Landak is at -5. Santabong is definitely not changing to vassal because they're a fiefdom right now. So -5 is pretty close, but we don't have anybody who would be a good enough leader to get us to +5, I don't think. I think it's 2 by default, and if you have 100 skill, it's it's like 4. So okay, do we have enough to buy anywhere? No. But yeah, we'll be able to make a little bit more money once we have progressed this institution. We'll see how it goes. We have 3 institutions we need here. Now, the advantage of doing this, as opposed to building in our own territory, is... Do we want to move toward capital economy? I don't know that I do. What does capital economy give me? Let's take a look at the ideas. This gives me production efficiency when it's maxed. I don't care about bank interest that much because it's not like I'm taking out loans. Harvest. Do I prefer... I actually don't care. I'm just going to stick to the comments. The traditional economy is good for boosting my population. So, given that population is where I'm going to get... Okay, this is... The profit off of this is hemorrhaging over time. I wish I had some way of knowing what was going on with it. Because this should be giving me progress, and I think that it might actually be giving me progress. But I just don't know. Alright, so Malacca... We can offer market access preference to Malacca. I love that for us. Okay. Temasek has allegedly no institution growth. I don't know what is required to be able to actually import the institution, unfortunately. This trade is eventually going to be unprofitable. We've got the claim throwing possibly on Cebu. Is that because my kid is now the ruler of Cebu? It sure is. Alright, so that's fine. So as long as she inherits, we're fine. So Cebu is going to be part of our marriage union. Malacca is part of our marriage union. And we have Borneo, which we are expanding through diplomatically. And this is going to continue to be us just importing shit. We're going to improve opinion with Ayutthaya. That's not Ayutthaya. That's Ayodhya, which is a different thing. No relation. That's not Ayutthaya. That's Ayodhya. That's a totally different country. That's very funny that it's such a similar name. It might be completely dissimilar in terms of the way that it's actually pronounced. I don't know, but it's very funny that it looks so similar to me. Oh, shit. We need more trade offices. So, we build another trade office over here, because we can. And the more spread out our trade offices, the better for me, I think. In general. Alright, let's look at our institutions. How are we feeling about this? Is this going to suddenly go, oh, by the way, we now have every institution on Earth. Okay, no one wants to work, we lose some money. Not sure how nobody wanting to work loses us money. How are we losing money on trade when it's on auto? Should we not maybe be just doing nothing then? Shouldn't the auto just do nothing? This is very rude that Surabaya is losing me money. Excuse me. Excuse me? Could you not lose me money, please? And we'll see what happens. The hope here is that we can just make enough money to have things go well for us. But no guarantees on that if I'm not making any money on any of these trades anymore. I don't like that. Okay, that's going to make it a little bit harder to change you to vassal status. You seem to think that I'm losing money in every place except Selenbaugh, which I don't have. I am concerned. I don't know which of these numbers is correct. Also, do I not have enough food in this market? Do I actually not have enough food in this market? Why don't I have any food in this market? Okay, wait a second. Okay, this needs to be fixed. So we should have an RGO that is actually profitable. Sturdy Grains is pretty profitable. Unfortunately, fish is very unprofitable. Wild game is useless. Legume is valueless. I think... yeah, we take this. So this is going to require 45. Upgrading Sturdy Grains is apparently fairly expensive, considering that this is 45 to expand, and it's using lumber, which is so fucking cheap. We can't reduce it, but we should be able to increase it. Alright, now then, how are you doing? Yeah, we expand this RGO. That should increase the amount of food that we're producing. Production efficiency goes up. That's very useful for me. Then call Parliament. Let's see what we can do with it. I see a lot of promote, but not the promote that I'm looking for. So promote member of the Burghers is very easy to pass. We get +2 Diplo rep while we're doing this. It's tempting to do that to get Landak situated, but we already have a -1 from the other thing. How you're at -6 right now, +2, and not. I don't think it's gonna be like quite +4, so I don't think I gain anything. I don't think that I can get there with just a quick +2 to my Diplo rep necessarily. Maybe I could. Maybe there's other things that I could do to make that happen. But I feel like I'm maybe better off doing this. This moves me toward plutocracy a bit. And is easy to pass. And gives me a new person to play with. If it passes. We can address the spiritual retreat. That's easy enough to do. Only nobility as leaders? No. Protected faith of the religious? No. I don't think so. These are privileges. Let's see. I was thinking laws. I was like, what law is that? I don't recognize that. It's like, well, it's not actually a law, so that explains a lot. Okay. So, I don't think we have any laws that we need to swap over yet. it would be very easy for us to request additional taxes and then click this button and still be passing as long as nothing... Oh, and we get to address Toll Castle complaints. Let's do this. And we're set. So now we're going to pass this. We've managed to get rid of a couple of the negative buildings that get built by our peeps. And unfortunately, I think we're probably going to have to switch to a new import. We'll do it once it says that it's unprofitable. On the plus side, we are still making a decent bit of money overall. Trade offices. Do I have the ability to build some over here? Let's see. So, once I can increase my Diplo range, I can start building trade offices over here. And then I can start using less... I can do some other things then. This alleges I'm making 20. Yeah, I was like, there's no shot that I'm making that much. Okay, Anambas is supporting us in Parliament. Alright, so how are we doing in terms of our current market share here in Temasek? We are at 93. The next on the list is at 30. We're apparently making 57 in trade profit here, which is kind of crazy. Do I build a bunch of trade offices in... Ooh, do I want to drop them to, like... This is minus 20 when I'm already at such a low value. Do they already have... They don't have... There's no unrest. I think we ignore them. This is probably not as good an idea as doing it the other way, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, we should be able to appoint somebody who is decent at things. Do I actually want you... Yes. Right. So we're trying to recover our population in Temasek. We are trying to... Oh, am I... Okay, well, that'd be useful to know. Let's see. We're up to 37. And we are losing money on this trade now. So, do we have anything else that we can import from Kojikode that will get this job done? This is so funny, actually. Okay, so the tooltip is lying to me. And the text, the like, what's the word? The color is not. You can tell this because Temasek is a different color than Tanjung Pinang, which ostensibly has all of the same institutions. So Temasek is clearly a different color, right? So I'm clearly making some progress here, right? Like you can see that Temasek is the same color as like this, right? So this is about halfway and is a bit greener. So we are losing money at a point. That's not great to lose money. However, we do have confirmation that this tooltip is wrong. The institution's map is not is the map is correct, the tooltip is not. And that, I think, is very funny. Okay, so next on our agenda is we need to track down another good in Kozhikode. We could try Vijayanagad. Vijayanagad has the thing as well, but I don't think that I need to go there. I think I need to go to Kozhikode. So we go to markets. We go to Temasek. And we are going to hover over this. Elephants are still high on this list. Dyes dyes might be a good idea because I need dye for a bunch of things. I don't think I have a huge surplus of dye. I do, in fact, have a fuck ton of surplus, but this is from imports, it looks like. So if I did all of this in Kozhikode, I do make a little bit of a profit. So we're going to take this little bit of profit that we can make with that trade, and then we're going to see it's also possible that other people will stop importing this because their import is now less valuable. We'll have to see. I'm going to actually leave this in place for a little bit. For just a little bit, we're going to leave this in place. We have enough to build another trade office. And do we build another trade office in Malacca? I think we do. I feel like the trade offices that I build are competing with the trade offices that are built by others. So the Kshatriya are still rebellious. I don't think that they're going to actually rebel. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not probably getting a super fast movement. How close are you? 62. So you're actually closer than you'd expect. Not Santubong. Santubong is better than a vassal. And we will... $38, $31. We'll do this one. Johor Lama is not necessarily a great place for me to do it in, though, because I am planning on expanding to there, definitely. It's a kind of critical, strategic, thing for me to get access to that. I think that this is going the wrong direction, so we are going to stop doing that. Let's see. Unfortunately, Kozhikode doesn't have any imports that are profitable enough to show up on that list, which means that I have to go to this and then look for other things. Let's see. I don't need to import books, that's for damn sure. I can import saffron, apparently. I apparently lose a shit ton on trading saffron, so let's not trade saffron for right now. Let's see. Importing jewelry is probably going to be a bad deal for us. There are places I can import it from that I can make a profit with. Importing from here is actually pretty good. That's interesting, actually. Give me a second. The highest suggested import for profit is only 1.17. That's way less than I was looking at just now. Trading, like importing from Sellenbau. With the importing jewelry from Sellenbau. It's not looking at a full list. It can't propagate a full list. So it's just kind of guessing, I think, at what markets are the most useful markets for being to make money from, I would assume. So that's actually really good to know. Especially because if I import to Temasek and make a profit importing to Temasek from Sellenbau, not only am I making a profit in Temasek, I'm also increasing the price in Sellenbau. So what I'm doing when I'm doing something like that is I'm increasing the profit in the Sellenbau market of all of the jewelers that I have there. And I'm making profit exporting it to Temasek. And if I can export enough to Temasek to reduce the price in Temasek, I can potentially export that jewelry out of Temasek at a 1-to-1 rate to somewhere else that it's more expensive than it is in Temasek, and basically just make a profit again. So now that we have the capacity to get a sort of dominant trade going in multiple markets, I will have to consider that. The other thing is that the reason that I'm sucking at these markets is because I just don't have any trade advantage. So by the time I'm getting to my trades, there's nothing for me to trade. So if I can actually get enough in these markets. Now, Majapahit is a problem. Also, funny, I have about the same amount of trade profit in Singapore, in the Temasek market, as Majapahit has in this market, but they have way more trade capacity. The trade capacity Majapahit has is huge. You have like more than triple my trade capacity, but their trade profit is like 4 higher. It's like less than 10% more. So the Surabaya market is interesting and not a terribly profitable market, like per point. I think what I'm looking to do is if I could get a little bit more trade power in Berun. There's not a lot. Brunei doesn't have a lot of trade capacity here. There's just not a lot of trade capacity that Brunei's established in Berun. So if I can build enough trade offices, I can get a solid secondary good. Like, I could export... Excuse me. I could export maybe beeswax to Sellenbau. And do I want to just manually do that because I want the beeswax? If I just go to this Berun market, and I go to the goods here, if I just take control... Like, this is not working. The market is not automating correctly because I don't have full control. It's trying to export clothes. So rather than try to export clothes, if we look at B with 2 E's, and we export beeswax to Sellenbau, Selenbao will have beeswax, which it needs to deal with certain things. Manila. So it turns out I need to automate all of my. I can't automate. Sorry, I need to automate. I cannot automate any of the markets that I don't have full control over because the AI will fuck it up. So we're taking off market automation here. What in Manila do we have a surplus of? See, this is the reason that you don't just fire and forget your automations, okay? It's useful to use the automation once you have an idea of like what you want to automate. But like being able to look at Barun and say, okay, wait a second, I know for a fact that this beeswax here is useful in Selenbao. I'm just going to manually set up that trade and just manually set up that trade. I can probably forget about that trade now. Maybe it starts losing me money eventually, but if it starts losing me money eventually, it means that Selenbao's problem with being not having enough beeswax is solved, right? Because Selenbao, I know where are my which buildings were they? I had like a hospital or something in this region that didn't have enough beeswax. What did I have in this region that didn't have enough beeswax? Cannot open another country's buildings. I know there was a beeswax shortage here, but I don't remember what it was. Wait, is it my building? It's not the library. Here's a scriptorium. Here's a temple. The temples! The temples need beeswax. So every town needs a fairly substantial amount of beeswax. So there's no supply of beeswax by default. The demand is 0.34. I'm going to be the only one supplying beeswax here, right? This is just a thing that I can solve, which is good. Now then, that being the case, let's go to Manila again. So in this market, we have cotton. Do I need cotton? It's wool that I need, not cotton. I can't use cotton to do the thing that I want to do, I think. I did not realize that cotton was a Central Asian plant. You know what? I could export rice. I don't think that that's going to be very valuable, but I could potentially export rice from Manila to Selenbao because I know that Selenbao it has a shortage on food. So if we export rice to Selenbao, we break even. So that's not going to be worth it. That's not worthwhile because rice is just too expensive to export. Or sorry, it's too cheap to be worth exporting, is because there's a base price for all of the trades. So you want something that is a fairly thinger. I guess I could go to copper. Let's just check copper. See if copper can be exported to anywhere cheaply. We could export copper and make some money off of that. Let's take a look at, if we go to just economy and trading, let's take a look at the Manila market. And apparently importing from Ternate some cloves gives us good value. But I just don't think that the thing that's going on right now, the reason this is negative is because we're trying to pull from a place that we don't have enough market share to actually, like market power to meaningfully do it. I think we do this, which is a quick and dirty, cheap trade that is worth a decent bit of money. And the hope is that because it's not as like thinger, will be okay. So Surabaya is a market with an excess of sugar. Sugar is a fairly expensive good. And they need grains, but the sturdy grains have a lowered price right now for some reason. That price is presumably like fluctuating dramatically. I'm gonna try exporting sugar, I think. Let's try exporting some sugar to somewhere. Can I not? We turn off automation, do this, then we look at what we've got. Okay, let's actually go back and then click this button again and see what we've got. We have a decent trade that we can set up to Goa that is worth a decent bit of money. Let's just click this button. And the hope is that this will work. Okay, Vijaya. We have a massive excess of tea, and tea seems like a thing that we could probably... Is there anything else that's... The price of tea is very high. See if silver... It'll be very nice if I start making $30 because I just manually took control of all these trades. Let's try to export to Angkor. I'm not really expecting that this is going to work, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now then, Vijaya is the place that we just did. So in theory, all of these numbers should go positive from here, as long as I can actually do the trades that I'm trying to do. Temasek, we need to do the imports. Do we try to import from Vijayanagar instead? So oh, okay, this is interesting. Like, if I import gems from Vijayanagar, will that get me where I'm going? Because let's take a look at institutions. I think we can try it. We can try it. I think that there's a decent chance this will work. I don't know how much spread it has to have through the market. Like, I'm almost positive that this will work, going through this market. I'm fairly sure that the market in Vijayanagar will also work. It's just that the UI was confused last time, and the UI getting confused me as to whether it was actually working. So we're going to go through Vijayanagar, which I think means that we can probably just go through this trading screen. What is this button? We have gems from Vijayanagar as a thing that we could click on, which is the thing that I was thinking of trying, so we just click this button for now and see what happens. Now, we've allegedly got 20 income. We'll see how it goes. Do we have anybody? Yes, we do. We still have countries that we can improve our relations with. And every country that we improve our relations with is another place that we can dump trade offices. It's unfortunate that I'm not going to be able to automate trade in all of these side baskets. And it's possible that I should try to set something up in terms of a more consistent... Oh, we're out of diplomats. It's fine. Let's see what it looks like when we tick the next month. Fingers crossed for 25 or something. We'll see what happens. Okay. So, excellent news. all of the trades that I set up manually actually worked. They all went through. We made profit off of them. And we made a decent bit of profit off of them. Like, that was +6 instead of -8 or whatever. So I'm pretty happy with that. For now, I am just going to click this button and hope that that works, rather than try to set up anything fancier. And we are going to continue building trade offices. We're going to lose efficacy in all of the trades that we've set up over time. So all of them will, over time, get a little bit less effective. But the hope is that they maintain enough value that we can maintain them. And, you know, it does make me happy that the AI is not actually the optimal way to handle your trading. And that you can solve problems in the economy in ways that whatchamacallit, that make sense. Like, markets are great. They're really good for a lot of things. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with markets, as long as the markets don't have all of the money in them absorbed by the capital class. Markets can do some really cool things, right? So, and so we've now taken this good from a greatest need to from a greatest thinger to a greatest need. So let's take this off and then go to elephants, maybe? Can we export elephants somewhere and make it valuable? It's going to be really nice when Temasek is able to actually be just making money comfortably. So let's just click this button. I think that that's a reasonable thing to do. And then we're set. That was not a lot of money. The Temasek market just is not making as much money as I'd like it to. What else am I losing money on? My expenses have gotten cut. Food expenses are skyrocketing. What am I spending? Wait. Why is food costing me so much right now? Who is importing? Why am I? Okay, we need to make some sturdy grains, maybe. Is this province importing food? We don't have natural food growth here. Fiber, fruit orchard. This will give us food. I think... Yeah, we're spending a huge amount of money feeding the population here. Because even the rural areas are losing food. So I guess I could build a forest village, which gives me leather. That doesn't give me anything useful. Okay. Is any of this food? A market village cannot produce food. I need a production building that produces food. That's an easy problem to fix. A fruit orchard will give me fruit. And fruit is not super expensive, but it's better to build fruit orchards than it is to spend a bajillion dollars on food. My trade income is only 15? Doesn't this say that I'm making like 45? This says that I'm making. Is some of that the. Manila needs to swap what it's doing. So Manila is none of these are great necessarily. Importing wool would be nice, but I don't know where we'd import it from. Actually, do I have Selenbao market presence? I do. Some of my market presence for Selenbao... Wait, no, this is in the Selenbao market. Let me take a look at this. So no one will starve as long as the market has food. But every province individually needs to have its own food supply. It's not just on a market level. Every province needs to have enough food to sustain it, which is why you need... So this... I don't control this whole province. But this, the sturdy grains here, if I could invest into, I could supply this province with food. But I can't because I don't control it. All right, Manila, we need to figure out what we're doing for you. Do we have any particularly valuable... things here? Saffron is going to take a while to drop in price elsewhere. Can we import gold? We can. We can import gold in a way that makes us money, apparently, but I don't know if this is actually going to work. This is a very high value good, so it's very likely that it's not going to pan out. Though it's also a very common good, which means that it's more likely that there isn't anybody that's going to make a huge profit off of it. Because the difference in price between markets is the thing that makes you money, is just buying it in one market and selling it in another. Anyway, the thing that I was getting at is, it's interesting. There are a lot of things that markets are very good at doing. There's a lot of things that they're bad at doing as well. The markets are not great at quite a lot of things. But the things that markets are good at, they're good at. And it's nice to be able to take things that, in theory, should have, like, very coherent and like fairly easy solutions. Like, there should be an elegant market solution for a lot of things, and sometimes there is just an elegant market solution, right? And being able to actually manage that in the game is pretty cool. So Selenbao has a lot of gems. Let's see if we can export some gems to somewhere and make a profit. Not really, actually. Selenbao's gem price is not high. It's actually quite low. So what would we want? We could actually export sturdy grains potentially. There's no surplus of sturdy grains. That's interesting. So we can't actually export that. Let's see here. What would I want to export from Selenbao? Actually, exporting gold makes a lot of sense. Like, I could export gold to Surabaya, and this probably will just work fine. I'm always going to have more gold coming into this market. So, Silambao. There's not enough food coming into Silambao, period. The Silambao market is actually starving. Wait a second. Huh. The food price in Silambao is a little out of control. Okay, so let's get this done. Okay. Food is not... is not necessarily an easy one. Let's go with what is an expensive food? If we were to import rice from Manila, we actually make a profit. We're importing rice from Manila. Because this will just give us a shit ton of food in the market. Rice is food, yes? So, hopefully, this will improve my situation considerably. But yeah, this market needs access to more food. Let's see here. Okay, so Silambao is... importing rice. I think that I maybe want to... What are the other things? Because I've got lots of food in the market in theory, but yeah, we've got too much stuff that is not food. Let's make this happen. We've urbanized this area too much. There's been too much production of things that are not food. So this place doesn't have enough people to immediately fill this. So we actually want to do the fruit orchard, I think, right here. But yeah, we build a fruit orchard here. We build a fruit orchard here. Food is an example of a thing that the market is not good at addressing. You'll note that even in this game that has kind of optimized supply-demand curves to a degree, you'll note that the base price of the good base price of the good is actually much more relevant in terms of profit than the actual market niche, the market limitations going on. So the fact that there's a bunch of people starving means that the price of good is, relatively speaking, spiking. But it's food, which is really cheap, because keeping people alive is cheap compared to luxury goods. Which means that importing any food into the market, dealing with the problem that we have in this market, is expensive. It's really expensive in a way, meaning nobody's making profit by fixing this problem. This is not a problem you fix with a profit motivation, and it can't be fixed with a profit motivation because human lives are cheap. Like on a fundamental level. Human lives are cheap. So because they're cheap, there isn't a nice, coherent market solution to this. Which is interesting. This actually does recreate one of the problems with trying to get the market to solve all of your issues. with that this is just accurately representing. Do I try to do this? Let's just do this. And how are we doing over here? I don't have any super low value trades going on. I don't have like a huge excess of anything that would allow me to that Surabaya is give me a lot. How much am I spending on food? So currently half of our money is being spent dealing with the fact that I did not resolve the food crisis. The food crisis is costing me money by requiring that I like create a massive like fix after the fact while I'm trying to desperately buy food for everybody, which the one thing that's actually kind of funny about this, that's like the most unrealistic thing about this, is the idea that your king is going to spend this much money. I'm spending half of my income keeping these people alive. That's not... I want the ability to do that, because it's not unrealistic for any king to do that. It's unrealistic to think that that is the default behavior of a king. The default behavior of the monarchy and the default behavior of aristocrats in general is, fuck them, I've got mine. Right? So, my hope here is that by building these up by a couple of levels, I can resolve the food crisis in a way that gives me... in a way that I don't have to spend all this money on resolving this crisis. Basically, I want this province, specifically, to be net food profit. That's the first thing, and I want the the market as a whole to also have net food profit. But the most important thing is... well, I mean, yes, the most important thing for me is getting my province to no longer force me to buy a bunch of food. Once that's done, I can then worry about, okay, I'm now no longer wasting all of my money on food. I can start building the market up to have more food supply. I'm very happy that this particular catastrophe has happened to me in this run, because I think that it's cool that you can run out of food and that's bad, actually. Let's see here. So, what am I doing with Selambao Market? Right, we need food imports. This is not food. Let's see if we can import livestock from there. Wait. So Berun, this beeswax trade is actually great for me. That's going to go great. We are going to continue to pump this, I think. Do we continue? Wait, what the how much? Oh my god, I have so much trade power. There's no way that this is the automated trade, right? It is. This is what it thinks is the best trades. Do we think that this is correct? I don't believe you. I don't believe this is correct. I believe I can do better than 2. I can get 6 exporting to here. Allegedly. That's exporting gold. Let's see if I can export jewelry at a decent price. No. Okay, we click this button, and we don't worry about it. Do we worry about it? We're not making very much money anymore. We're not making enough money. Okay, what's happening right now is we are going to potentially massively destabilize the Temasek market. This now says it's worth 2. Why does this say 2? Oh, because this is looking at this is a different number. This is profit per trade capacity. Okay, so the thing that I was looking at before wasn't profit per trade capacity. Okay. Okay. So maybe the market is actually doing things correctly. Do we just increase this by 3? Just do this for whatever reason. I don't know what's happening. Okay. But yeah, once we've gotten these institutions here, which are not progressing apparently, but you can see very clearly that they are progressing. That we have a different color scheme here. So those are clearly progressing, and the game's just confused. So don't worry about it. Okay, so we do expand this out, and we don't have any other alerts right now. Can we resolve this food crisis? Even with the food crisis? No. With the food crisis, we are not, in fact, making what we needed to make. Okay, so we don't need to build anything here, I don't think. So let's build 2 levels of fruit orchard here. Once the first level is built, what's your market access? You have 77% market access, so you should be fine on that front. You have a -9 food. Institution growth plus 10%. Okay, so we are building the fruit orchards. I don't know how many we need. The first one has been built. Wait a second. We need to subsidize the fucking fruit orchards, y'all. Even while the province is starving, it's still considered unprofitable. Oh, man. Alright, so we've at least got one of these working. We have enough money to upgrade the second fruit orchard. So we're going to have 2 levels of fruit orchard in each of these places. We have about 50% control, which I think directly impacts how much is made, as opposed to impacts how much I can tax, which is not correct and will cause problems, because it means that these people are not going to be dealing with their food issue as much as I would like them to. Okay, fruit orchard is supplying 0.81 food right now. Let's see. Food productivity is increased by the thingamabomber. So, we don't want to build a massive amount. But I think we might end up having to build a fairly considerable amount over here. We ready to build a third fruit orchard here? I honestly am. We're not going to have great options here until Tanjungpura is annexable. So we can resolve this crisis. Alright, this needs to be firing almost immediately. This is going to have all the institutions very soon. Once it has all the institutions, I think we will probably need to get Tanjung Pinang before we can finish things up. But I believe with 3 fruit orchards in both of these locations, that are fully staffed. I think at that point we will be in a better position. But they do need to get fully staffed first. Festival grounds. Huh. Fiber crops, we look weak.
Real countries don't allow the Sudra to have any kind of serious thought. Real countries are shitholes with uneducated populations. Don't you know such things?
Alright, how are we looking at this? This is minus 73 now. The Malacca has been pulling ahead of us in terms of relative strength. I think that Temasek should fire these institutions soon. It is going to be funny just seeing the institutions be present, to just go from nothing to, oh yeah, we've had these institutions the whole time. What are you talking about? Let's see here. What do we want next? I really hope that this is sufficient food production for our needs. And that this is going to be enough food production for the whole market. We'll see what happens. We actually don't have enough population here to fill everything. You know what? I'll take it. We'll take these 3 things. I'm assuming that... Okay, it now says that professional armies is at 69%, and it says that's the only thing, but this is way too green, I think, for that to be everything, is it? Maybe not. Maybe. But yeah, that's very funny that this is like, oh yeah, professional armies, that's at 69%. We just wanted to wait until we got to the funny number before we could tell you about it, you know? Okay, so who do we send missionary? People to. Oh, jeez. Not yet. Let's see. Who's gonna have? These are in our diplomatic range. So, in theory, that means that I should be able to build trade offices there, no? Ooh, okay, so the opinion... No. Once we get our Diplo range up, we'll be able to do a lot of stuff, but I think that we won't be able to do anything about it for a while. Shockingly, even though I've been kind of ignoring this, all of these trades are going fine now. All of these trades are fine. We're actually making money over there. Alright, let's do that. And then... This is at -8, this is at -15. But we're like barely... How many people are here? Employment is actually up to 1,000 already. So we've got this apparently at like half production. So these fruit orchards are not super hot for... Oh wait, forest villages do give food production. It has the +1. I was thinking that was like a percentage or something. Okay. Yes. So, forest village. Are the forest villages working? That's fine. So it's like +1. Excuse me. Ooh, we can build more irrigation. I like building irrigation. We don't have a lot of food production here right now. Okay, it would be very nice to resolve our food problems. Does irrigation require people? It employs 250 people. I think irrigation actually might be the way to go for some of this. Can you do irrigation? You cannot do irrigation. So we want to irrigate this place. I assume that fruit orchards count as food. It would be very funny if fruit orchards just don't even count as food. It's like, oh, fruit, rice, those aren't food. Food is food. Okay, we don't actually want to necessarily do that. Let's do this. Finances are going fine. Okay. Malacca's doing Malacca things. We have a bunch of extra money, or a bunch of extra export power here. Let's just use it. Alright, so we have a minor food crisis. This will be great information for the future. A lot of mechanics are going to change over the course of the upcoming patches and things like that. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that is just not, like, reproducible on future patches. So, like, some of the stuff that I'm doing is not really super helpful in terms of, like, learning. What is happening? Okay, I think that you are an ally with somebody who is attacking somebody else. I think that's what's going on there. Okay, let's hold Parliament. We could fail at develop the interior if we want to just go +2 to naval. Increased ties to neighbors gives Diplo rep. Do I want to just do this and take the tax income and run? It's certainly an option. I'm not... super young. Looks like Cebu has taken control of this thing. I could create a charter. It's just so expensive now. Sponsor the Noble Arts. Do I hit this button and then use it to just get taxes? I think I do. I don't know how to reset the things that I would get. Ooh. Move 5 toward plutocracy. I do like that. I like supporting free subjects. The weird thing is that if I click too many of these buttons, I'll succeed, and I don't actually want to succeed. This would make me succeed. Do I want to support free subjects? I guess I could ask for larger levies if I wanted. Do I have any laws that I don't need changed, but which would be nice to change? Yes, actually. Noble levies would be useful to have. That moves me toward quality instead of quantity, and I want quality, not quantity. So let's just do that. Let's just go to Parliament. We support free subjects. We ask for a law change. We switch levies from peasant levies to noble levies. And then we address the toll castle complaints. And now we move a little bit toward Thinger. We move +2 toward naval. We have gotten rid of some of the toll castles and other bad things that we don't want to exist. And now our goal is to fill up any other things that we need to subsidize? No. Too bad. We've got 2 buildings building here. We don't have a building here, so we build a forest village. Oh, interesting. Sakayam has too many buildings. Huh, that's good to know. So Fruit Orchard is giving me 2. Base, it's actually giving me 4. And this is about half. So we're not going to be able to fully subsidize that. So this province, if I could, like, buy some of these provinces off of Tanjung Pura, that would be amazing. Yep, we take that. And I think for right now, let's take a look. Do we have enough population here that we want to invest in the main structures again? I think so, yes. Do we have anything profitable? A Tailor's Guild would be pretty profitable. Tools Guild is fairly profitable. Let's take another point in Market Warehouse, actually. This is very expensive. I think we click it anyway. It's nice that it's expensive, actually, because it means that I'm going through some of my stuff. Do we build... something else here? There are no You are under pop, actually. You don't have enough population to do this, so we ignore you. What else do we do? We keep pumping the irrigation and the forest village in tandem. Okay, lose support in Parliament, that's fine. Our food prices are significant, but we can deal with those over time. There's a food deficit down here, too. It's tempting to build some irrigation down here. Alright, we move 2 toward naval. We lose a little bit of stability that we didn't need. What does stability do for us? It gives us pop promotion speed, which we actually do considerably need. We can turn back the missionaries. We don't need any missionaries, thank you. Alright, so we can build this, and this. Our profit is kind of skyrocketing right now. We're making decent bank. And this is continuing to go well. The moving gold around, as long as there's a little bit of a price differential, is amazing. And that's kind of the thing, is that, like, there's real physical costs that you can't get rid of in moving goods around. And because those real costs exist, higher value goods that are just worth more by default, are typically going to have more exploitable thing. We've got every institution in Temasek. Let's go. So, this is going to spread very rapidly. That's amazing for us. Let's go. Okay, so what are we doing? We have all these institutions here, which means that we can now completely cancel this trade that is losing us money. And do we go back to full market automation for Temasek? You know what? For shits and giggles, why not? We just do it. We'll see how the market handles having that huge amount of extra stuff in it. The AI should be able to handle Temasek more effectively, than the other markets, because the Temasek market is a market with where there's no complications from not having enough thingamabobber. I don't think I need to build more irrigation here. We don't have anywhere near enough population here to accomplish what we want here. Do I? I think I do. I think I'm going to encourage migration to Sungao. If I can get the population of Sungao up, then I can hopefully... Yeah, because we have so many people working the gold mine. Of course we have a huge population of people just doing mining that are completely unsupported in terms of, like, food production. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay, build that, build that. Alright, let's take a look at how long we have before we can click this. We're at 19%. So, actually, as soon as Temasek finishes, we should be ready. It's just going to cost a lot of money. Let's do this. Because this is easy to get. Ooh, we have multiple... Ooh. We have quite a few things that would be very useful for me right now. Getting 5% extra. I think it's going to add to this modifier, though, which means that it's going to be less than 2% increase to the actual food production. Control. Malaka's doing Malaka things. Okay. Oh shit, I have so much money. Wait a second. Do I actually hold off on embracing this institution in order to prioritize getting... Okay, we can get rid of a toll castle, which I love to do that. Income is going the correct direction for now. Where are you? Okay, we can't build any overseas trading posts. Okay. What? Who's why? We're making so much money in Surabaya? What the fuck? Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. No problem. We take those. So, soon I'll be able to build a dock. Once I can build a dock, we're going to mass produce ships. Okay. What's going on? There was a trade from some... One of these markets had a trade that was not actually going. Expected cost of court +1. Efficiency in cabinet. Okay. Monthly literacy +0.1. I think we just take the increased population growth. Then don't worry about it. Let's see. We have 10 trade in the Temasek market that is not used right now. Is that going to get addressed? Because the whole market is supposed to be automated right now. Okay, we have to take control of this apparently. That's a food import. We try to do this. We try to do this. And then we ignore this. And then... let's try to do some imports. Just because the AI wasn't doing it for me. Alright, so let's just get those all removed. And see if we can actually hand this back to the AI to handle or not. Okay, the game is too confused right now to automate trading for this market, so we're just gonna have to do it manually. Okay, that's fine, whatever. I don't think we're gonna be able to do more than like one of this, so we're just gonna do this. 3 to Martaban. Actually, let's do 5 to each of them. Because we have so much trade to do. And then... let's just do, I guess, 5 to each of the top markets and see if we have enough cloves in the market to even do it. Because my assumption is that the reason that it's not... okay, now there's not enough cloves. So we can actually see how many cloves there are in the market. That's all the cloves in the entire market. So we can send 5 of whatever this is to Kyoto. And allegedly, we can send all of this to Vijayanagar. Probably not next month, but we can for this month. And that's all of our trade capacity sent. Let's see if it works. What other things do we need? We need... what is going on with Vijaya? Do I have 0 trade capacity? We have 0 trade capacity in Vijaya for some reason. Wait, do I? What was I spending money on? What was I holding off for? I was delaying clicking this button potentially for... I think I take food production first. The 2 max literacies are useful. But are they worth clicking on right now? How quickly are you developing these institutions? 2. So in 10 months, so it's like 2 years before these finish. Honestly, I can probably drop the cost to damn near nothing. So I think maybe we do just tag both of these. How many months does this take? It adds 28 research progress. Maritime trade advantage is nice, but I don't need it right now. My trade advantage is already skyrocketed in the place that I have actual thing. But yeah, we do need to get docks soon because we need to be able to improve our navy. $39? No. Surely this is cheaper somewhere. It's cheaper right there. There's gotta be a better way. How do we feel about the amount of money that we're spending on food right now? We feel bad about it. I do also want... Can I actually make it... I can probably make it cheaper to buy food in the market by making it so that the market itself has plenty of food, right? The issue is that fishing villages aren't going to make money for the owner. So... Oh, you have a fruit RGO in Santabon. And you also have this. Do I expand this? I think I do, because the RGOs don't get turned off, I think. So yeah, let's do the fruit. Do I want to do the fruit? No, I don't want to do the fruit because I am generating fruit elsewhere. Okay, Londoc. Let's... Oh. -7. Oh, actually, I can probably start annexing you. Okay, we should annex Kurapon. Do we want to annex Kurapon? If I annex Kurapon, Santabong won't have meaningful amounts of control over it. But yeah, I think I do need... Yeah, we need to do it. We start the annexation. And I think that that is a good thing to do. Kurapon, we can feed to Santabong. We can't feed this to Santabong. So if we annex you, it's ours until... Which is fine, because then we can probably use that as a jumping off point for a lot of things. Actually, this also gives us, like, colonial reach into this area over here. You know what? Let's do it. Can we start annexation on you too? So this just gives us -25 to subject opinions. Do I don't remember what... Yeah, let's just do it. It's fine. We're going to get a huge chunk of disloyalty off the back of this, but that's fine. Let's see here. The important bit is that this will give us a +10 to everybody's willingness to become my vassal, because I'll have 2 fewer vassals that are taking up the Diplo slots. It's not Diplo slots, but it's functionally a similar mechanic. I think that this is probably just not worth it. This is not giving me enough to bother with, so we do send you back to Temasek. Temasek is going to need to be bigger in the very near future. So we're building trade offices. I thought that I had paused, but I pressed spacebar in a thing that I was typing into, which doesn't pause the game, it turns out. $32, $32, $32. Yeesh. Take a look at our markets. Oops. That was which market? That was Surabaya? Clicking directly on the market isn't super helpful. Yes, we click this button. Oh, do we have burgers giving us money too? Okay, plus 10% construction speed. I like that. The food stockpile is still low, but there doesn't seem to be like an actual starvation problem yet. So we are slowly turning this around, but it's very slow going. It's funny that we're like trying to get ooh. Let's see if we can manage this. If we can manage this import, then that'll be helpful. Let's see. Let's go to trade. Offices. 36, 36, 32. Okay. Okay, so you do the one with Baroon. And then do this and see how that goes. The irrigation is being built here. We now have a deficit of 4,000 peasants. What is the population capacity here? Population capacity here is like a bajillion, so we should be okay. So this is an import. I'm concerned that I'm not going to have enough to make this happen. If I increase it, but... Oh, never mind. We have... Let's try it. See what happens. So the Vijaya market... It does seem like it's automatically removing the trade that I don't have the ability to get done. So the imports are rough because I don't actually control those markets. We could try just shipping out a bunch of tea. Okay, so... Oh! We need to expand this RGO. That's the thing that I was thinking about. Let's max out the Sturdy Grains RGO. This Sturdy Grains RGO can potentially give us... Yeah, the Sturdy Grains are so much food. Fruit orchard. 1,000 laborers or slaves working with fruit. So that is a lot. So what's happening here? We have no trade capacity in Vijaya right now, so I don't need to worry about it. Okay. This is 38. 38. 32. Okay, so I don't think I want to continue making this trade. I mean, I want to keep that trade going, but I don't think I want to have that be the primary thing that I'm doing. Let's see if we can make that trade happen. Ooh, whoa, we are... Okay. So Surabaya, we're making good bank from... Whew. So it's 1407. Do you have our institutions now? Not yet. So professional armies should become available very soon. Renaissance is a little bit further away. Yeah, I don't have... great options. This is unfortunately not... I don't need anywhere near this much. That's way too much that I've invested there. So the reason that I was thinking that I was like outpacing the market so much is because I was not understanding the thinger. Let's try to do this and see if we can make it happen. Just moving gold around is potentially going to be a significant source of things for us. Baron Market, we have more thinger. It looks like this is working fine. We'll see if that works or not. Goa, we now have... I love... Ooh, do we bring an artist in? No, we don't. We are going to use this money to immediately build more trade offices. So, 32, 32, 32, 31, 31. Okay, so we're finishing off all of these because the price is currently very cheap. I think the prices over here are still going to be higher. So we can build here. There we go. Just melt the world with how many of these fucking things we can get. Okay, so currently costs 144 to embrace these institutions. So we should probably just start taking them because they're very cheap. And how are we doing on tech? We're not quite at the first thing, which means we can probably just drop the other two. The 10% increased literacy is nice. But no, we should probably finish those up first, because those are going to increase the rate at which we get everything else. That's fine. So... next on our agenda is looking at Landak and saying, please become my vassal. I'm not going to be able to make Landak a vassal very quickly, actually, because they're going to get so much Liberty Desire. I think they get a huge amount of Liberty Desire from the thinger. They haven't invested in this RGO at all. Which is kind of surprising. Why does this cost so much? Kind of strange, right? Like it's just using lumber. I guess it must use a shit ton of lumber. Oh, Majapahit has got the institutions as well. That is concerning. Okay, we finished the food production thing. Okay, so which one is it that we need to get access to docks? It's banking. Banking is what we need for docks. So banking will be spawnable in 2 months. Do we rush it? I don't think we rush banking. This is spread to 30%. This is spread to 30%. Do we... We're not going to wait on those places. We're not going to wait on Daik. So I think that we do just click this button right now. Now, the reason that we're going to embrace these is not because we're immediately going to start taking tech from them, but because each embraced institution gives us another plus 5% to our tech rate. So we've got a hospital building in Johor. Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, this is allegedly a thing I can do. Okay, that seems to have worked fine. Click this button. Hopefully it continues to work fine. Goa, how are we doing? We have 0.43 market capacity in Goa. Do we just want to work exclusively with gold? Exporting gold, importing gold. No, this is... Wait, actually, now that I think about it. Alright, let's go to the Goa market. We can allegedly do this trade. We'll find out. Not annexing Santubong. Okay, loyalty is 100%. Tributary, they have 100% loyalty right now. Okay, we need to continue improving people's opinions. I'm very tempted to just start clicking on the top option here, and I think I'm going to. Okay, so money needs to be doing its thing. Holy shit. Okay. We got some sort of cool thing that just gives us a bunch of nice benefits. No cost. Okay, naval supplies, don't need to care about that. How are we doing on food costs? Food costs are substantially down. Do we continue to expand this RGO? I'm tempted to expand that RGO more. Okay, so... what do we do now? We get the next tech. which I think is going to be banking. I think we just get the max literacy for burgers and don't worry about the Brahmins. The Brahmins don't need the literacy because we just don't have as many. I do love me ignoring the Kshatriya. They are at 69%, so they are getting closer to rebelling. We don't have enough mercury. Wait, is it going to cost us more now? Why does it cost more? Huh. I guess because my income keeps going up. We take our second institution, we get banking, and once we have finished this, I think we go to this, look at advances, we remove this from the list. And we instead have we push to dock, and from dock we push to protected harbor, and then I think from there we take bark, and then we push to university. That's what we need to. We need to start getting access to all the buildings that we can pump out. So we're going to want to be pumping out barks rather than galleys because barks will give us more maritime control. So I think that that's a better usage of my military. Okay, this is suggested for population needs. You can try to get that done. Then there's not enough cloves to actually do these. So do we want to just export some gold? We can make 13 with this. So that's about 2 per. Let's just do this for now. And that's a trade that we'll have to deal with later. But that'll increase the value of gold in our market as well by a bit. Let's see. Allow the Brahmins to enforce orthodoxy. That sounds like the correct choice for now. For now. I apparently do this. Let's try to do this. I don't think we can do this. I don't think we have the trade power for it. But we're going to try it anyway. So we should be able to get ourselves... I should stop building things right now because I need... Yeah, this will not work. I'm going to try to do this import. Let's see if this works. Okay, so our research is going fine. The food stockpile is low in Temasek. Why is the food stockpile in Temasek low? So there's not enough food in the Temasek market, weirdly enough. There's no cost. You can't lose money on this. So I wonder if... The answer is yes. We're going to click this. We're going to click this. And next month we'll click this. We're going to basically just increase the amount. So what provinces are starving in this market? It's not. So this is interesting. We're actually importing food probably for our capital as well. Have you urbanized the entirety? Oh, that's a concern. I think that I might have to spend money to bring food into the capital for the rest of the game. Okay, I don't think we want more urbanization. I think we have enough urbanization going on. Promote 20% trade advantage. 10 years. I think I like this. This is a good thing to just take for free. And see, is there anything that we want here? I like humanism. Do that. Plutocratic movement. We lose some more of the aristocracy. We don't need to contain professional armies. We're at 100%. I guess we should request additional taxes. And yeah, we don't need to do any of these. So we might actually lose this because I did things in the wrong order, but it's fine. Okay, so... Okay, so... Food situation seems to be recovering. How many people are in Sungo? The same number of people are in Sungo. The forest village isn't profitable, and I don't have it set to be subsidized. Okay. You know, you say it's a defensive war, but it does say rebellion against Cebu, which does make me think that this might not be a completely defensive war. But you know, I'll send some ships over. It's fine. All right. So let's grab our last institution here. So we now have all the institutions, and we are actually blockading. Oh my god, that's so much money. So, you're taking a harsher stance toward me. Aren't you my child? Wait. Who? Can I have that message back? Wasn't it talking about a dude? Am I missing something? Aren't you the ruler of... Was it just like referencing this guy? He's just some random consort. What does he matter? Did it just get confused? I think it might have just gotten confused. That's not great. So this is our heir. Our heir is a craven, naive enthusiast. So So that's great for me, but that's fine. Whatever. Next on our agenda is, I think, mass building. Something. Do I have settlements I can build? No. Let's go with... You know what I'm building. You know what I'm building. 39, huh? Is there anywhere that's cheaper than 39? Yeah! You know, let's just cap all of these. Why not? Okay, we're maxing those out. Just find the next set of these things. We can buy cheap. Buy cheap here? Yeah, we can. Okay, that's the max number we can build there. Okay, that's the max we can build there, and we're done. Okay. Horses, wheat, and amber. Tomasek apparently Tomasek has a massive monthly balance increase, so I don't know what the only places that would be starving in Tomasek are places that don't have enough access to the market itself. Right? Like that would have to be places that are starving because they have 0% market access. Or because their rulers are not willing to pay for it, or able to pay for it, I guess. Alright. Do I build the more expensive trade offices? I mean, they are more expensive down here, but this is also a very productive area, now that I think about it. Like, we're making a lot of money in the Surabaya market, now that I think about it. Alright, we can get rid of this deal, get rid of this deal. Will you automatically take control of this, or are you just going to sit unused? I think you're just going to sit unused. Okay, we'll get this done. I don't think we really need... You know what we can do? We can do this. We can hopefully get 2 of these done, and then we do the same amount to Vijayanagara. And then we just do it again. With Xinjiang. And the hope is that we create a little bit of a surplus for ourselves, even if we can't secure quite as much as we'd like of that trade. That complex trade seems to have worked. We get Rush of Merchants. That's going to massively increase our tax income from the Kshatriya. We don't have a very high tax rate for the Kshatriya, though. Okay, which place was that? It was not Guangzhou, so let's try Guangzhou. We're just going to max out Guangzhou and see if that trade works. This trade is not working. Try this one. And we'll see what happens. The nice thing about doing an import and export trade is that it is going to stabilize. It's going to be stable for longer. The reason that trades fluctuate so dramatically and so rapidly in general is to a degree just because they are what's the word? My brain broke. Because on both ends, by exporting the good, you're increasing the price where you're exporting from. But at the same time, you are importing to the other place, which is decreasing the price in that other place, right? So the price is being stabilized from both directions, where both prices are coming closer to each other. If you're doing an import into an export, if you're stabilizing the amount of goods in the intermediary nation, which means that the prices at the final endpoint, the place that you're importing from, are going up, and the place at the other place are going up as well. But each of those are trading relative to the center at they're basically approaching the center at half of the rate. They are approaching each other at the full rate, I guess. But mathematically, how does that work out? Does that actually mean that we're losing the same amount of trade value per point of trade? I don't think so. No. They're directly counteracting each other. So I think in theory, each point of trade is only getting you half the value because each instead of it creating them going toward each other, in the center is actually moving. I think it halves the rate of change because each of the trades becomes less efficient for changing the price because you're only changing the price on one axis for each. It's a little. I would need to figure out how to actually do the calculation to prove it, but I believe that it moves it at half the rate. It's not just like, okay, well, the move is still being moving both directions. It's just doing it at the far end of the trade. I believe it actually does. The fact that each part of the trade is only doing half of the thing, I think, is relevant. Okay, we didn't do the foundation laws. Do I establish seniority? I think I want to establish seniority. How much great power does Malacca have? Nowhere near us. Okay, so we are substantially their senior. I think that's fine. Let's see here. What am I doing? Right, we're changing the laws of our union, which I didn't notice we hadn't done the foundation laws. So, foundation laws, union, establish seniority. Once we've got that done, we want to codify the inheritance. And we should win that by default. How are we doing on tech? We're not really that far along. We're about a third of the way to where we need to be to make docks, and docks don't cost that much, so I think it's time to build more trade offices. And I don't know that we're going to be able to keep building out of Surabaya. I think we need to actually invest in Surabaya now. I think we're out of locations to invest in outside of Surabaya, so... Okay. Okay, we need to try to do this. We will very likely fail. The cloves market is not an easy one right now. We need to wait a couple months to appoint a new counselor. How close are we to finishing the annexations of these places anyway? Because that'll be convenient when that happens. I think we give Kuripan to Santabong, and we hold on to Kutai Martapura. So Kutai Martapura will potentially allow us okay. We just move back. The AI is so bad at this. It's pretty funny. Okay, Ayutthaya. Okay, we're able to build the next tier of that. And right, we need to appoint a character here. We will set you up. No, we don't want to set you up, potentially. You are bad. Do we set you up? Yeah, we do. The monthly literacy is nice, but it's not the end of the world to not have that. Okay. I could take on Santabong's debt, and I think I do. It also gives us prestige, which is nice. We could take on Ligor's debt as well if we wanted, but I don't think there's much reason to do that. By taking on Santabong's debt, we're going to... So, when I take on your debt, can I just pay it off immediately? Yeah, this import not going great. Just click this button and see how it goes. So what was the next thing that we needed? It was something, right? They're only at -5 now, which isn't too bad. Okay, so gold is being outcompeted. I could try doing the importation of the clothes from Beirut. Okay. Do we continue building trade outposts? It's kind of a silly question, right? Now, next on our agenda is why does Temasek not show us that we need to be... What the fuck? It's not telling us any of the things. We should have so many alarms firing at these trades. What is happening? So are you going to actually automate if I tell you to automate? Seemingly no. The game does not want to automate properly. Alright, so we hold on to that because that's like a import for a thing. Do we want to do this? We can try it. We can see how it goes. Population needs. I don't think this is going to work. We could try doing Shangyuan. And we can try to do Zhenjiang. We can try to import 2 more from Xinjiang and export them to elsewhere. Yeah, the trade automation system is complicated. Let's try doing this and this. I would like for the game to recognize when it's paused that it has a bunch of calculations that it needs to do, and just do them while the game is paused. I don't know why it doesn't. It seems like it treats days passing as necessary in order for calculations to happen in a way that's really quite frustrating. Like, I would love for it to populate, if I just pause the game and automate a system, I would love for it to recognize that it has the time to go through and do the automation, but it doesn't seem to do that, even though you would expect it to. So there's a lot of issues with things that are seemingly like I think we're going to struggle to do anything other than just import from Beiping. So let's see if we can import gold from Beiping and call it a day. Whoa! Are we diseased again? Why did 400 migrate out? Is this the same engine that the other things are working off of? I did not realize. Is this like the same engine as Victoria or something? Oof, this is rough. So we cannot import from Xinjiang. So let's try to import from Guangzhou. The thing that'll help the trade in general is going to be the game being able to recognize the... I guess it's very complicated. It seems to be able to handle export... No, it's not that. It's not any more complicated than exports, though, I don't think. Because with exports, I think it recognizes when you can't do an export. No, it doesn't. It can't handle the other traders in the market. No, never mind. So it can only handle it if you consume all of the market's goods. Then it handles it fine. The automation and just general functionality broadly works fine if and only if you are the top dog in a market, and if you're not the top dog in a market, then it struggles to do really basic functionality, I think. Which makes sense. It's very complex. It's very, very complicated. So I think from a practical perspective, automation is not really going to be the way that that's going to work. Well, importing and exporting are both working off of the same thing, but when you're exporting, you are generally speaking the number one power in the market, so it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. But if you're using any of these markets, it completely breaks if I try to set it to do anything else, because I don't have full control over these markets, and so it can't handle the fact that it's like, oh wait, somebody else took this trade, right? So anything that involves being like not the number one in a market is going to really be difficult to get any sort of automation from. Which is unfortunate, but it's fine. We'll figure out something that's going to work here.
Okay.
So this is going to piss off all of my vassals, and that's fine. Do we immediately give... No, this is not the province that we're giving to anybody. So this is a province that we're holding on to. How do you feel about becoming my lovely vassal? Do you feel like you have a negative 93? Wait, how have I not improved my relations with you? I haven't even improved relations with you. I've improved relations with every country on Earth except you. Okay, you are not vassalable, unfortunately, but hopefully that'll happen eventually. How about you? Alright. So... once we finish annexing Kurupan, we can give Kurupan over to Santabong, and that'll be great. I assume that my max control here is like 4. Yeah, so 10% max control there. 36% here? That's actually not bad. Why is it 36% here? Is it just confused? 33% for proximity to capital. That doesn't seem right. You're confused. This is not closer to my capital. So here's what I'm thinking. I think that it's calculating proximity to capital as if Martapura is the capital. So it's not 100% because it's not the capital, but it thinks that this is where the capital is originating the thing. Yeah, I just annexed my vassal here. Okay, so what are we doing here? We could create a bailiff down here if we wanted. We can't build a bailiff down here if we wanted. Oh, you're a town. Wait a second. Hello. Okay, we can build it. We can build a bailiff here. If we wanted. And we might as well. Let's just build a bailiff. Let's start making this slightly more coherent. Yeah, it'll start ticking down very shortly. Let's see. I don't think we need 2 bailiffs. I think that's probably excessive. Let's see here. What do you need? You need a library. And a wharf. And a hospital. Okay, maybe you need a temple. How do you get a hospital? Okay, so we're starting to build up them. Soon we'll have a dock, and then I'll actually have an outlet of money, because once I've got my docks built, I can do a bunch of stuff. Okay, so we just... click you, and we will hopefully get good results out of those. Banjar is apparently... okay, Banjar is no longer starving. It was just confused. Okay. Every time I, take over a province, it's like, oh no, we're starving. And they're not actually. Okay. You are at minus 70. Your opinion of me is so low. Let's see, harbor, admin... I don't know what that is. I don't know what harbor admin crown policy is. Ooh. So 15 prestige gets us fairly close to where we need. We need 25 prestige. But you know what else we need? We need a lot of money. What do we need it for? Nothing really, but we do want it. We don't have an artist. We should have an artist. This will give us something we can spend money on. Fine, we'll spend money. I think. That was an artist, right? Please tell me that was an artist. No! I don't think that was an artist. God damn it. It's fine. Okay, this is apparently kind of working. This is not working at all. Oh man, just imagine the world we could live in if I just had full, complete market control over every nation on Earth. That would be... That's the dream. That's the dream. Okay, this will give me increased trade range, which doesn't really matter. It gives me naval and colonial, but doesn't give me diplo range. So diplo range is the thing that I would need to start building trade things elsewhere. Do I... Let's see. I'm not sure what I'm gonna take next. It'll kind of depend on what my priorities are. Sorry, I have a cough, which is going to be causing problems for us. At the moment, I have the thing that gives me crown power, because crown power is crown power, and the mandala system is irreplaceable for me. At least for right now. I could probably, if I wanted... Do I want to look at this and start spending? I should, yes. We have a huge Bonjar population that we should accept. Let's see here. At some point I'm going to need to get enough prestige to get up to duchy, which is a struggle with no ability to declare rivals. I can declare rivals, but I'm Singapore, so I can't declare rivals. It goes completely against the fundamentals of the run to declare a rival. We're Singapore. Well, I'm gonna get a third thing soon-ish, I think. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get to 50 naval anytime soon, if I'm being honest. I think I'm in the 30s somewhere. Where is my ideas? There we go. Oh, maybe we are. We're actually at 59 naval. All right, let's take a look at what. Let's see. That gives me development growth. You know, that's a fairly good point. It also reduces naval maintenance, which is going to be relevant fairly shortly. Proximity cost through port is not that crazy for me. But this would give me 10% local development growth in my entire nation versus... God, what even is this crown power? It's like how many flat modifiers do I have? I have 50 plus... We can ignore that, so it's... What is it, like a 7% increase to our overall crown power when you factor in the other effects? Something along those lines. So... I didn't do that math right. It would be more like... I think it's like 6.66. Like exactly, right? It would just be the proportional... Yeah, I think it's like 6.6. But ignoring the admin ability, which I'm going to lose the second that I die. Excuse me... If I were to lose 6% of all of these bonuses, that's a huge loss, honestly. cost of court reduction is fairly substantial. Upkeep cost for buildings. Yeah, imagine having anybody in your dynasty that's allowed to be in your cabinet. I guess I could just give cabinet. I guess I could give. No, I can't because they're not even in my. They're not even in my. I don't think I have a single member of my dynasty in my actual lands. Do you have children? That's good. I'm happy that you have children. Your heir is a child. So, but we do have an actual ruling dynasty, which is nice. One of the things about like playing in Asia is that they don't actually populate anybody with proper families. So you have a bunch of elderly men and no women to speak of in the entire region. And it takes until about now before you can start having like families, because you'll spend the first, like I spent the first, I think 30 years cycling to this dynasty, because the original dynasty is a 37-year-old man and a like 50-year-old man, and even marrying off the 37-year-old by in the 15 years that he didn't get an heir. And so with no heir there, it's like, okay, so then we progress into the next phase of like cycling through all of our vassals who also just have elderly, their elderly ruler who they started the game with as their person, and it's like boom. I mean, mostly dying. Mostly dying. His wife was 30 when they started, right? But like, but they still had like 10 like fertile years there, but give or take. But it's very common because the entire region is just elderly people, right? There's just no young people in the region. You don't start married. You start in a region where there are no unmarried women at all, except for ones that randomly spawn as rulers of nations, and the people who spawn randomly as rulers of nations are exactly 30 years old. You could marry a lowborn, but then you lose a bunch of stats that you want. And you also don't secure... So, by marrying the person that I married, we got Santubong as a vassal. As an example, right? But yeah, it's a possibility, but like even then, right? You don't have that long before the character dies, right? So I think I married like someone young in one of these runs, and I just didn't end up having a kid. The succession crisis, I would say about half the time there's a major succession crisis when I'm playing as Singapura, just because there's just no characters yet. You have to like generate the characters, but generating the characters is extremely expensive. Like you lose a lot generating all these characters, whether they're lowborn or whether they're nobles. But let's see here. Don't think we have any. Oh right, we can't do any royal marriages because nobody's actually in our territory. Yes. All right. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do anything with lacquerware for now. We're losing a little bit of money on this. I'm not going to worry about it for right now, in case something goes the other direction. We could try doing this. It's probably going to fail. And we can... Probably... We're not going to do an import. We apparently have enough to do this, so allegedly we can export some lacquerware right now. I don't know that I buy it, but we'll see. What else do we need? Apparently we've been missing people in our region. see how it goes. Yeah, the succession crisis ended up working really well for me because the succession crisis meant that I basically secured Santabong as a fiefdom without needing to actually convert them to a fiefdom through the event. When we basically went through a whole subject regency. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Actually, well, we went through a subject regency, and then we went through another subject regency because... Oh, thanks for the sub. I can't tell if that's an I or an L. Is that leashes or Ishis? I can't tell. I can't see. Why do we have this two different letters that have the exact same... That's an L. Okay, so leashes. We've got a problem. I feel like we should adjust this language of ours. Make some improvements. Oh, wait. We need to not click on this, because we actually didn't codify the inheritance either. Okay, so if we click on this button... Gotcha. Lish. We have this. And it doesn't look like there's any indication of how they're going to vote. I think we click this and go for Unified Succession Law so that we can confirm control of this. There's only one other nation in the Union, right? Yes. So, since there's only one other nation in the Union for now, when we die, Cebu gets joined into the Union, but for right now, they're not in the Union. Oh, that's very funny. Yeah, it kind of like how, like, at a certain point, like, online, like, code things, what am I thinking of? Like, have started to switch over to just be like, okay, there's no such thing as an O. There's only a 0. The letter O doesn't exist. We only have zeros in the alphabet now. Excuse me. Oh, man. Ugh, my poor throat. It's not having a great day. This is not a great sign. I think I may have, in fact, obtained my friend's illness. I managed to go for a month without picking up this illness that, like, was making my wife miserable for most of the trip. And now I've picked it up, so it's like, oh great. I have, like, a month. I managed to avoid it the entire trip, and then, like, 4 days after I got home from this trip, where the entire trip my wife was coughing because she caught this, not the entire trip, but it was like a month-long trip, and she caught it in like the first week. And I'm now starting to have those symptoms, and I'm like, oh god, if this is the same thing, I'm going to be sick for a frickin' month. It's not great. Let's see. It's not great. Okay, so you're doing fine, probably. Do you have fish available here? Ooh, iron. How valuable is this? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Let's see here. I am tempted to do this. How are we doing on food? I'm a little tormented by the concerns over here about your food situation. How much money am I spending on food right now? Food price has gone down to 5, so that's fine. Yeah, I have plans this weekend that I'm probably going to have to bail on because I don't want to make everybody sick. And I feel like that is the inevitable result if this doesn't change directions. I was hopeful that I'd just have like a little bit of a sore throat for a couple of days and then get over it, but that doesn't seem to be the direction we're going with our life. You actually are very annoyed with me. It's almost as if I just annexed 2 of my vassals at the same time. I haven't. I've only annexed 1 of them. Oh, shit. Wait a second. That's not great. That's not great at all. I only finished 1 of those annexations. Let's see here. Getting that tributary. Well, actually, this isn't my fault. This is Sangao's fault. Let's see. I inherited that tributary status. I didn't do that myself. Now, Sangao itself, that was a whole mess that didn't need to happen, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. All right. We need to increase the clove output. If I create a colonial charter out here, can I handle that? Not really. Like, the population of Temasek is still lower than we started because of that plague. I don't think I want to lose 5,000 people from Temasek right now. So I can't really do that. Yeah, that certainly doesn't help your immune system. It certainly doesn't help the immune system get its job done. It certainly does not. Because, like, I think that I was basically just done in, not by exposure to anything on the plains, but because of, I think I'm just gonna, I need to find something that I can export at a reasonable price. Is gold, do we have enough gold in the market right now? It's not really. Let's see. Can we do something with jewelry, maybe? Let's find out. We're gonna have to just go through manually, because it's only filling things with stuff that... we could export some jewelry this way. This is fine. It doesn't have to be the highest value trade, it just has to be a trade that we can actually make happen. So, let's see. It'll be nice when saffron becomes available. I should probably get some stuff built, huh? What do I build? I might actually want to expand some of my RGOs, actually. I don't want to deal with a food shortage situation. I'm going to expand this. I'm going to expand this just for shits and giggles. We'll see how that goes. We don't need to expand this. We have 4 buildings that we're building right now. I think that's probably fine. I don't think that we need to invest further at this exact moment. You know what else we need? We need to pump this. We're just going to expand this to max. Because this market doesn't have enough food in it. I could expand the fish as well, but that's really expensive for fish, which aren't actually worth anything. The sturdy grains are at least worth something, so, like, there's going to be profit potential there. Let's see. Anything else that I need to do? I need to... I honestly need to rest my throat. That's what I need to do. How are we doing on the province here? This has a... Yeah, we don't need to improve these. It would be nice to increase the food output of Temasek's province so that we don't have to buy food for Temasek. But what are you gonna do? I could build some roads. Yeah, that lumber is so valuable. What is the market value on this right now? Oh, actually, wait. This actually has profit. What the fuck? Okay. That's shocking. This is 0.1. Is it 0.01? But this is actually not terrible. This is actually worth money. Imagine. I'm used to seeing all of the lumber just say, yeah, this is worth like 0.1 profit per level or 0.02 profit per level or some stupid nonsense like that. Okay, we have money, but we're going to be using that money to build docks. So everything's golden. When is this? There we go. So we can finally build a dock. That is a soldiery building. Build a dock. These only cost 60. Oh no. Wait a second. This is not that expensive. Shit. What am I gonna do with all of my money? We all know what I'm gonna be doing with all of my money. I'm gonna build more trade offices. Oh man. Yesterday I had the beginnings of, a sore throat, but my cough hadn't really propagated yet. Today, we unfortunately are in full cough mode, which is very, very, very unfortunate. Okay, we have unified succession, and that's actually amazing timing. That's very funny. I now have an unmarried child. Do you want to get married to the king of Majapahit? This could definitely not go badly for me. Are you my firstborn? Do I marry my firstborn daughter? Do I marry my firstborn daughter to the king of Majapahit and risk that my son dies and Majapahit ends up as the senior member of our thing? They have a great power score of 303, which is triple what ours is. Do we do it? Or do we marry someone who is a little bit safer? You're sixth in line. Or do we just hold off? Let's just do it. It's fine. It's fine. I probably should have saved that, actually. If I had saved that, I could have gotten the prestige after I'd gotten some other prestige effects to get myself up to 25, because getting up to duchy would be very nice. Okay, so we're building the docks. The protected harbor will be buildable soon. Let's see, local assembly is being built. Okay, now that I've got these building, alright, we lose some legitimacy, which is fine. What is our current culture? We're just gonna have. Okay, so we now need to do a couple of things. First of all, Parliament. So if I call this... Let's see how this works. Cebu's opinion of us is only plus 58. Have we not been improving their opinion of us? We improved their opinion of us like 1,000,000 years ago and haven't done it since. Love that for me. Okay. Force law. Okay. So how does this work? We need to... Singaporean Union gains 100%. Parliament agenda of the estate. So I would bribe the nobility. But what's the parliament agenda of the estate? Okay, what happens? Okay, there we go. I mean, this is easy. We just do the increase opinion and we lose a little bit of legitimacy and basically no money. Okay. Okay. I haven't played any mods in EU4. Okay, so that works fine. So that means that I'm going to wait for this to finish, but hopefully that will resolve. Then we can do the economy of the union after that, and everyone will be all nice and caught up. So, you're building Mediterranean galleys. And I believe I was intending to get the bark before I actually start doing the thing. So, do you actually have any towns now? Other than the one that you were given by me? Doesn't look like it. Okay, cannot change your status yet. Alright, so Cebu was a cheap bribe, and I think we're going to keep trying to maintain the seniority thing going forward. We just build more trade offices. Let's do it. Do we? Is this how I want to do? No, I think it maybe makes more sense for me to invest into Santabong. Let's see what because I don't think I have anything that I would do for I guess no, I can't build anything here. I've reached the limit, and I don't want to putter with that. Do we have any other RGOs that are worth anything? Not really. And this is going to be very low value stuff right now because we're... Ooh. I did not realize that we had a gold mine here. Do we decide not to annex you, actually? If I give this to Santabong, we lose What's our control like down here? It's like 0, basically, right? Our control down here is 11%. And that's with a bailiff. The bailiff is not populated, though. Actually, my max control here is 30% still. That's actually not that bad. Your max control is 14. 30% isn't that bad. I think the price of lumber in this region is just garbage, though, right? I think that the actual price of lumber is so low, but maybe not here right now. Maybe the price of lumber here is really high for some reason. Because there's a minimum to how low you can get the discount. Let me take a look here. Yeah, the price here in this market is not actually that cheap. That is true. But like the lumber market here is not as cheap as it was in over here. Like all of these, I believe, are the minimum price, aren't they? So why over here? Yeah, 33 is the minimum. I don't know why it's so expensive here. So there's an increase of 74% from inflation. Is that just because Santubong is collapsing as an economy? Does Santubong have like 1 billion inflation? Okay, so Santubong doesn't have any gold. Wait a second, it's Santubong. Do we need to have a chat? Do we need to have a chat? I was thinking that you were handling things fine. How is your loan status? You have a bunch of debt again. I'm noticing that you have a bunch of debt again, Santubong. Do I need to annex you? Santubong. I can build shit now. If they have 70-something% inflation, like, they're hemorrhaging money right now. Maybe I should just annex them. If I annex them, it'll be easier to grab Silat. Do we actually start annexing the totality of our Borneo? Yeah, the inflation in Santubong is crazy, and I don't know why. Santubong's economy is so garbage. I'm sure it's my fault. Like, I don't know why it's my fault, but I'm sure that it is. That's very funny. Okay, so, Do we feel like annexing Santubong is the correct choice? Because if we annex them, I think that we just don't have to worry about their inflation value anymore. And if we annex them, then whichever place it'll move the markets around a bit. I think, because I think that they have preferential market access, which is not the same as the markets will move around a bit for which market's preference in different places. But maybe we do just annex you if you have 70% inflation. There's no coming back from 70% inflation. I have to annex Santubong. There's no choice in the matter. Santubong needs to be annexed, and there's just nothing for it, unless I want to watch them just go bankrupt. I think we just start annexing you and just don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Santabong, I don't know what the hell's going on, but, like, it's fine. Okay. You know what? Borneo, we're just going to control ourselves. We don't, who needs vassals? Who needs vassals? Vassals are a temporary construct. How are we doing on Diplo? We can do this if we want. And they're at minus 70 because their opinion of us is so low. But they only have a minus 16 from the thing. The positive opinion is only... do we try this? My Diplo rep isn't great right now. You know what? Let's just try it. We'll just throw an alliance offer over to Silat. And I'm sure it'll be fine. And then we'll eventually annex Silat once we can do the things. It's fine. Alright, so we're getting protected harbor built. Let's see. Well, I don't think they have any gold, is the thing. And if I annex you, I'm actually going to get more gold. Who's my... I'm a little concerned that... I don't think I'm going to produce enough gold down here that it's going to be a problem. I think it's fine. So yes, we're going to actually just annex everybody in this region because Santabong was supposed to be in charge of all this shit, but it turns out that they are having a little bit of an oopsie-whoopsie and have... I'm so happy. I'm so happy you asked about that, Leash. If you hadn't asked about that, I wouldn't have looked and seen the 75% inflation and gone, wait a second. I don't think that's supposed to be... That's not what that number's supposed to read as. That's like the wrong order of magnitude for that number. Isn't that supposed to be more like 3 if they're doing a bad job? Not like 70. Okay, look. And is it their fault or is it my fault? It's almost certainly my fault. All the buildings they have are buildings I gave them. Let's see. There's tons of forests down here. Oh, forts? That's a good question. They might have built some forts. I haven't built any forts and fed them to anybody, to be clear. I haven't been feeding forts to anybody. I don't think they have any forts. Sangao built a fort on the gold mine. But Santabong doesn't have any such excuses. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what their deal is. Oh, you know what I should do, probably? Is maybe build some fishing villages here to give myself more market access. Or, how do we feel about the idea of making you a town somewhere down here? We have a coastal town right here. I don't think... Okay, let's take a look at what these prices look like. This looks like the correct price. This is the price I would expect it to look like. And so I'm not that concerned about that. I think we do build these fishing villages up to max, potentially. Once I get in there, I'll have to... I really wish that I could use these colonial charters. You have a city or something somewhere, right? You have a town here. So we can build... Wait, why is it... We can build a temple. We already have a temple. Why am I bad at reading? Because it's not reading, it's looking at objects and understanding what the hell it's supposed to be. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't know that we need to build any of the other buildings at this exact moment for this location. We could build a castle here if we wanted. So, I could create 20 proximity by building a bailiff here. And I think I do that. This seems to me... I can't build a bailiff here, can I? I can. Do we wait until this is annexed? Oh, wait. Wait a second. Wait. I need to improve my opinion. Okay, we got the protected harbor building. Let's see. Temasek. Expand forest exploitation. Promote a member of the burghers is real easy. We could just get some cheap stuff off of this. Improve ties to neighbors gives us Diplo rep. Do we try... Yeah, let's... I'm going to make an attempt at this. We're going to click ties to neighbors. We're going to click this... Question mark who? Wait, no. You're the one who is... Yeah. You're 47. So we are going to click on this. And we don't have a diplomat. It's fine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Just need to wait a month. I know what I'm doing. Okay. So, our other daughter has come of age, but there's nothing I can do with that. Okay, we now have... There we go. Every member sets member integration 2+1. Love that for me. You change to vassal status. There we go. So Londok is a vassal now. So that's great for us. Do we pump your gold mine? It's so expensive. Oh, it's because the lumber... Wait, what is your inflation like, friend? Let's take a look. Let's go. I was wondering about this. I was very curious what was going on with Londok. I was like, it's just lumber. Why is it so expensive? Well, you know, if the price is 50 times as what you would expect it to be, it's significant. Okay, so moving right along. Well, they might go bankrupt or something. We'll see what happens. Let's build protected harbors. That's not great for me. Look, it's fine. What is inflation, even? You know, like... Nothing but a miserable pile of secrets. That's my understanding, so I think it's fine. Okay, we don't need our Diplo rep to be improved anymore. We can go back to attempting to bring people back to Temasek to increase the population here. I think... Unfortunately, Temasek is too many buildings now, which is interesting. I could improve the... Does this count toward buildings? It doesn't, right? So I guess we just do this. And let's see. I feel like if I counted toward number of buildings, then it would show up on the UI there. Okay, we can repay this loan that we took from our vassal. Okay. So why did my... What was I doing with this? Did I click on any of the buttons? Let's see. Oh, we're actually moving toward individualism? I had no idea. Well, pop migration speed is good for us. I don't hate getting more traditional economy support. I'm gonna have to build roads, huh? I mean, I might not have to. It might not make much. I guess I have to build roads to all my cities. Like, all the towns that I have need roads built to them. But I don't have a town up here. But, like, I can build a road from this harbor to here. And I can determine which... Do either of you have any harbor capacity by default? You have 0.05. You have 0.05. So either of them is fine. How about you? You have no natural suitability. It would be very nice to upgrade this to a town and start building some stuff there. However, no, we don't have enough. Okay, it's fine. So we're building all these protected harbors. Life is going to be good. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be great. We're definitely not going to get invaded by Majapahit. Okay, pissing off the Vaisya seems like a generally good idea. What am I doing? I'm just going to click this button and hope that it doesn't disrupt anything, because I'm lazy. Okay. Can you get married? No. No. Okay. This is... I wish that they didn't move when you clicked them. I think that that's dumb. Let's see here. This is apparently an amount that I can do. Allegedly. The fact that I can't increase these means that I probably cannot do any more of that. How about you? Let's see. What do we want to export? What do we think is a good choice for export here? Or import, for that matter. Can I, like, import... Are we at the point where we can start importing meaningful quantity? No, we cannot. I could try importing lacquerware again. But don't know that that's what I want. I could try exporting this. Let's just try doing that for now. We'll see if it works. Let's see. Replayed our loans. All right, I will be right back. All right, see you later, Leash. We back. Okay, so we can start building barks the second that we finish this. I think the barks are going to help us a lot. And what else do we have that we need to do? Let's see, we've got another 20 minutes left. Let's just unpause, and we need to... Oh! They are more happy with me again. So Londok, we need our relations to be good with. We need our relations to be boosted with Kurupan as well. And we don't have an economy of the union policy. Let's get that done. So, diplomatic liberties. So, there are... Cebu wants cooperative investment. Between Cebu and Malacca, what is Malacca's great power score? Because I think it's, their voting power, I think, is just their great power score. So their great power score shows up somewhere. Where do I see your great power score? It's got to be on this somewhere. Is it not? I feel like I saw... It's up here. This is it. Okay. So, you have 65. I have over 100, yes? I believe I have over 100. I have 109. I believe I outvote both of the others right now. I think that I have enough great power score right now that if I call this, it doesn't matter how anybody else votes. So I can just do Unified Treasury, and there's nothing that anybody else can do about it. Because if we look at the voting power of... Wait, 43. Wait a second. 43 from Cebu. I thought that they were 30-something. So, I have exactly 109.4. Malacca has... I have less than a single point of great power score more than they do right now. If I lose this, I might lose enough that this can't be done. I think we maybe hold off on this until I can see power projection, population scaled by control, total trade capacity, stability. Monthly income contributes a tiny bit. From subjects +4. Ooh. Interesting. I have +60 from this. High legitimacy. I have some prestige. I have neither naval nor army tradition. That's actually very funny. I'd expect to have some naval tradition at least. Do I try this and see what happens? I feel like we try this and see what happens. Currently, I will win the weight, but we'd lose prestige. How much great power score do I get from prestige? This will drop me by one. I actually, just by calling for this, I will lose enough prestige that I will lose it. So no, we don't call this yet. Oh, I can look from this screen. Well, that's convenient. So I can see how much of a vote that you have from here. It would be nice. I have 16 power projection. So Malacca doesn't have... So how do I want to handle getting a few more points of great power score? Income is a very weak way to do it because, like, we have +3 from income. Let's see. Let's take a look at what our great power score is after we lose some stab. It is 109.05. I don't think I want to try for a vote without knowing it's going to succeed. Let's see. It's interesting that the size of my navy and the size of my army don't appear to matter from this. Like, the fact that I have these 10 ships here does not actually help my my case. I think I am just waiting on the barks. And then we need to figure out what we're doing with our money, though. Actually, you know what? I know what I'm doing with my money. I'm going to continue to click these buildings. What is this? Yeah, I want to just keep building these. And you're at minus 56. So we'll need to annex Landak as well. Alright, how are we doing here? So... Guangzhou... I think... it would be great to be able to import some of this lacquerware, but I don't think it's going to happen. It would be really great is if I could actually like make lacquerware myself. But if I could make lacquerware, I would probably end up with other problems. We've now built these buildings. What's my great power score now? 109.28. So if I can prove my opinion with you enough to get you above 125, that will be useful because I'm not currently annexing them. Okay, so unfortunately we can't really do anything with our vassals who have shit tons of... You have 170% inflation too. Concerning. We're about to inherit all these gold mines, and hopefully we don't inherit the propensity for many things. Which one is Vijaya? Oh, up here. So why don't I have any power up here? Don't I have a bunch of trade buildings that I've built? Alright, let's... some build up to max in some of these places, maybe. Fill these places with trade offices. So... so, it looks like we can build a trade office every month, if we want. We have 13 sailors coming in every month. I wonder if total trade capacity is something that I can upscale substantially to gain a thing. Non-zero trade. What's happening now? Are you at war with somebody? rivals. Okay, they have troops there, but they're not there for... because they're invading. Okay. Alright, I can actually build barks now. I should start doing that. Fleet it is. Okay, let's... start recruiting barks. Okay, we need to wait a month. We're gonna wait a month, then we're gonna build a bark here. And we can also build them in Bunkalan. And it's actually cheaper in Bunkalan, so I should probably do that. I'm basically going to be recruiting barks at the maximum speed that I can get away with. Who? Are you... You're a fiefdom of Luwu? Okay, well, I don't feel particularly concerned about Luwu attacking me, but, you know... They might decide to do it. You never know. Do I have enough in the market? We'll find out. Okay, we are building the incense. We have... three ships building. And we can continue building trade offices. Do we continue building trade offices right now? Yeah, I think we do. I believe that there's a limited number of trade offices that are available in any given location. And... interesting. Dai Viet is a disloyal tributary of... Okay, so Wu is doing pretty well for themselves. Ashikaga didn't have control before. And that has not gone the other direction. How are we doing? 109.73. I'm thinking that when I finish this annexation, I will probably... Let's see. Ma'anyan Patriots. Who? that from here? That's gotta be over here, right? I should probably continue building trade offices. And once we finish these ships, we just start up a new set of ships. We're building the dock over here. We've got a rural smelter coming out. They're starting to build a castle over here, which is interesting. I don't hate that, honestly. Okay, RGOs are missing employees for right now. Okay. I'm just gonna max this out. We have the ability to do this. Don't hate that. And I'm just gonna do this. I assume at some point I'm gonna run out of clothes to send, but I might not actually. I might never run out. Brunei's building their things. We are... I guess in fairly good shape. And I don't have a leader in charge of this navy. Let's put you in charge. No, we do not want influenza infesting our poor, ailing country. Okay. So, how are we doing on... We now have 111. We're at 68. 43. Okay, so we are currently in a dead heat that they are winning. As in, they are increasing at a faster rate than I am. Unfortunately. We're neck and neck, but they're pushing forward a little faster than we are. Let's see here. Ooh. Okay. That gives us a little bit of a boost. And we continue upping this. Okay, so what else do we have to do? We have to send you up here, and we need to build a new ship. I believe that we can basically build... Is there a button I can press? Oh. Alright, so I would basically, instead of clicking on those places to do it, I just click on the thing. So that's fine. We can do that later. So we're going to get cultural influence from this. And then we now have the ability to build a navy. There we go. That's what we're looking for. That's the route. Okay, Goa. We don't have any trade going on in the Goa market for some reason. Let's just import a bunch of cloves if we can. I don't know if we can, but we'll find out. Vijaya. For some reason, we have trade capacity of 0, so we don't need to worry about Vijaya. We're making 4 ducats over there. Don't hate that. Okay, we're going to annex Kurapan soon. The hope is that annexing Kurapan will give me enough of a boost there's really not a lot of imports and exports in that market that are going to do much for me. So the Vijaya market, I have stuff again. We'll try to import from Berun. We'll see if I succeed. I probably won't. Okay, we appoint somebody here. You're fine, I guess. Okay. I can try this. Might succeed. I doubt it. We'll probably want to do this. I assume that that's going to be the thing that we're going to end up settling on. Let's see. Okay, we're about to finish this annexation. Let's finish the annexation. We'll take a look at what things look like once we've done that. Okay, we now have established that we've reached the limit of what we can do with the Surabaya market in terms of exporting gold out of it. So guess I could try doing... This seems like a thing I should just be able to do, probably. And once we do this, this market here should be something that I have basically full control over. And can do whatever I want with. Let's see. There's shipbuilding capacity of 2 in Temasek, so I should be able to build 2 at the same time. We have enough for this market, I think. So next time we will be getting you know what? Next time I think that we are going to finish the annexation because we're already a little bit over time. So I think it makes sense to Oh, multiple annexations at the same time reduces the speed at which you do it. Interesting. I did not realize that. So there's no reason to annex multiple at the same time. All right. We're going to end things here for today. Tomorrow, we will finish up the annexation of the place that we have left. And we'll start integrating our markets together in a more cohesive way. I'll be able to start doing that at the beginning of the day instead of the end of the day, which will mean that I'll be in better shape to actually get it done. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. And I do hope to see you again tomorrow, because if I'm coughing too badly, I'm not streaming tomorrow, because how can I give you a decent experience if I'm just going, right? So, that works.